Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to council. Call the meeting to order. Before I ask for the agenda, we have a birthday in the crowd, so happy birthday, Dustin.
Happy birthday, Dustin.
The agenda, any additions or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request to remove 9.4. That would be personnel. Just received some information yesterday and need further investigation.
Okay. 9.4. Robin?
Can we add to closed session then conversation on fire services, please?
Fire services? Keith, did you have something? Anything else? Need a motion for the agenda with the addition and deletion. Shane, vote. It's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Blaine's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. Oh, I was jumped over organization. I guess I should have put my glasses on.
It's all good.
So we'll do the organizational meeting now. Any questions on it? Nope. Dustin's moving them. Vote. Okay. 5.1, referee Azarud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you here is the strat plan review. Back in the spring of 2022, council approved the attached document as their strategic plan. You've seen it several times. It's a guiding document that council utilizes to prepare the service delivery for Cypress County. Is there any questions on the current strat plan?
Anybody have anything on it? That's Dustin.
I know we had asked to get it brought back, and I think it was more we wanted to review it a little bit, but I don't know if without a little bit of clarification, I'm not sure how to say it, but without a little time to actually go over and talk about the whole thing, if we can actually do that.
Well, this is our plan. You want to go over the whole strat plan again?
Well, because I remember our conversation about it from earlier was we wanted to actually go through and see if it's where our priorities still lie, or if we wanted to amend anything or anything like that. So is that something we should do at kind of a different time instead of in regular council?
Robin?
Yeah, I think that to me it was in line with more of our annual projects, where we were going, how we are assessing progress. I think some of the conversation came up even in the review process with regards to how do we establish and prioritize what kind of jobs we're doing and how does it relate to our strat plan. And then I believe that the conversation was that it needed to come forward prior to budgeting season, so that we actually knew kind of where our priorities were going to be, so that we could give staff and administration a kind of a clear directive as to where we were hoping or where we wanted to be going, what kind of projects we were looking for. Is that consistent with what you're thinking, Dustin?
So you guys have the plan. It's here in front of you. We all voted on it, put it in. the budget's coming forward in another 2 weeks is when the budget comes in?
So the capital is to follow, so, and it's so, the review of the strat plan for council, and then, this is the first, for the capital, this is the first review. That will-
First handout, so we can go through.
And then it'll be brought back on the 21st, and then the first presentation of operating will come on the 21st. And then the first meeting in December will be the final for operating and for capital.
Shane?
All right, let's talk a bit about it. I mean, if we want to talk about it, let's talk about it. You under growth and strategic priorities, under growth and development, are we still thinking about developing a mobile home park? Knowing that in certain areas, what it'd take for infrastructure, transportation, you know, if seniors, do we have in our communities, outlying communities, then do they have a way to get to town? And, you know, even that under affordable home ownership, are we still looking at that sort of stuff, or are we sort of going a different direction from the development of a mobile home park?
Well, I think most of these are on here, like we still have on here the wireless and that kind of stuff, but it's all on here. It's just stuff has come in and we haven't been able to afford to do it because at this point it doesn't work. But it's not that we aren't going to look at it in the future if an opportunity comes up to actually do some of these projects. Blaine?
Well, there's a couple of those things too that I was looking at, like you said, the high-speed internet and stuff, but don't we kind of have to look at the budget to see what the plan is going forward for some of these things, and then revisit it?
Robin? Oh, sorry, then Michelle.
I hear where you're coming from with that. I think there's two ways of looking at it. Number one is our internal budget is based on just kind of every year we get the same kind of numbers that come in. I think that with this right here, our strategic plan and how we prioritize projects and future projects changes the way that you can actually fundraise for some of those too. And so whether we utilize STIP funding in some cases, but if we want to do, which I think needs to be prioritized, we have to start solving issues when it comes down to water and water stability, sustainability, security moving forward. And those kind of projects we will never have the budget for. We will actually need to come up with the project that we want to do, and then we have to go and find the budget for it, whether that be provincially or federally. And I think that that's where, if the strat plan is simply there as something that, if the time ever comes where we have extra money laying around, I don't think that time's going to happen anytime soon. We need to look at it and go, okay, in our strat plan currently, with what we have, what do we feel is necessary for us to prioritize, 1, 2, 3, and then let's make those things happen. Otherwise, it's just going to be a static plan versus, I think it needs to be more of our compass, and we actually have to go towards those projects that we feel are necessary. I think water is the no-brainer right now. Even speaking regionally, I think that we have to have that conversation with the town, with the city, as a county, whether we're bringing in businesses, whether we're talking irrigation, and that's going to bring into it financial considerations and funding that we need to go out and get.
Michelle?
This is kind of along the same lines, and back to what Shane had said about the mobile home park. Richard and I were at this economic development forum on Thursday and Friday, and they were talking about the McCain's plant in Lethbridge, the expansion, and that they got federal funding to supply water from Lethbridge to this plant. And that triggered about the mobile homes. I'm thinking, like, if we could get something like that, what about the infrastructure that we said we weren't building on because it's too old? So if we could get funding or something for that, you could put a mobile home park, which would lean towards affordable housing.
Richard?
So I think listening to you, everybody speak, everything is probably pretty good on our strategic priorities as far as regional leadership, balance, financial strategy, et cetera. It's the growth and development that you'd like to have a conversation on. But everything else was still good? Is that correct? Which, yeah, it doesn't hurt. And we definitely have to widen our thinking a little bit. I mean, we had talked about doing something with a mobile park, but in one specific area, but we definitely could look at broadening that to other areas. I think that would be the proper way to do it. So,
Especially since there's funding out there for it.
yeah. Maybe we can set aside a half an hour at the next meeting or part of the discussion, and we could all bring some ideas forward on that part of it, on growth and development. Not sure.
Since I haven't seen any of our preliminary budgets yet, do they have reference to our strategic plan in the budgeting items? Is that something we did?
Yeah, and every RFD does as well, and then also to the request for decision for capital and operating, refer to it, yep.
Okay.
And it's part of the document, the budget document as well.
Okay, perfect.
Any other questions on it?
Got a bit of discussion going.
I do like Richard's idea.
Motion to postpone then?
I think it'd be just a motion to bring back on the next one for more time to discuss on it.
Yeah, so motion to postpone. Yeah, that's basically the same thing, right?
We need a date, though. We need a time. Postpone to.
Sure, we can postpone to the next meeting, would be fine. Is half hour appropriate, or do we need more potentially?
An hour.
An hour would be fine? Okay,
Because also we get discussing stuff.
yeah.
Is that proper, Les? All right, who's making that motion? Keith? Did you make the motion, or did you just suggest it? Okay, Robin? Vote? It's carried, 5.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't get me sick.
Scary lady.
She'll put some kind of curse on us or something.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, would you like me to start? Okay, so, perfect. All right, so the request for decision is before you. The recommended motion that council directs administration to bring back the 24 capital budget to the November 21st council meeting as discussed. The strategic plan where it applies to the council strategic plan. The relevant legislation is that each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year. And to follow is the background and the proposed plans. So the IT equipment replacement plan, 2024 to 28. The IT plan includes detailed information regarding hardware replacements. Annual software and subscriptions are now included with individual departments in the operating. The plan has been expanded to provide council a 5-year projection of all hardware needs. All items proposed are simply replacement, excluding hardware needs for new positions, with no additional hardware purchases expected this time. Infrastructure and capital plan 24 to 28. The 5-year infrastructure and construction plan was originally presented to council in 2022 and in 23. The current plan for 24 to 28 is for 24 to 28. And administration is requesting council's approval of the projects listed in 24, and further approval to incur up to 10% of the total estimated cost of projects listed in 25 to 28 to allow initial planning and engineering on those projects. They will allow administration to further confirm project budgets and make these projects shelf-ready and construction to begin the assigned year. Various maintenance projects are completed in the operational plan, while the plan includes their initial installation of such assets or full replacement. Equipment and vehicle replacement plan for 24 to 28. Administration is presenting council with the 24 to 28 vehicle and equipment replacement plan. This plan sees 3 units proposed for replacement 24, plus 1 unit for assessment and radio equipment for emergency services. Note, 2 graders from the 2023 plan are to arrive in early spring of 24. 3 heavy-duty trucks approved in 22 are anticipated in 25. These historical approvals will simply follow forward simply carry forward within their approved budgets until delivery is satisfied. Administration will be presenting council with the 2023 vehicle and equipment disposal plan at the November 21st meeting. The replacement value estimates have been updated for all the units, with graders, trucks, and fire engines seeing the largest increase. By updating the projected replacement costs, the county will ensure sufficient reserve funding is allocated ahead of the purchase date. RFPs and tenders are expected to be issued by administration by February of 24, pending on council's approval of the vehicle and equipment replacement plan. Okay. Is there any questions so far? Okay. So the IT and equipment replacement plan, maintenance and replacement of IT hardware is critical as the county moves to incorporate further utilization of IT systems for greater efficiency. Large project achievements in recent years have included the implementation of digital AP programming, eliminating significant paper storage, along with the continuation of the asset management software, Univeris. As the county looks to further utilize data to guide decision-making, these systems ensure that this can be done effectively and efficiently. Infrastructure and construction plan 24 to 28. In 24, there are 8 projects, priority projects for roads and bridges, just over $8 million. 1 for water and wastewater, that is 6 million, and 6 in structures and buildings. In addition, the infrastructure and construction plan 24 to 28 requests 5.3, representing 10% of the total estimated cost of projects listed in 25 to 28, to allow the initial planning and engineering on those projects. Further information is provided in the attachments. Vehicle equipment replacement plan 24 to 28. The vehicle and equipment replacement plan is broken down into 4 sections. Below is the summary of the activity expected within each in 2024, along with additional notes. So it talks about miscellaneous equipment, light and heavy duty equipment, light duty vehicles, fire and emergency services. Financial and human resource implications. The IT replacement plan 24 to 28, the 24 financial impact to purchase IT hardware with an estimate of $344,000, which includes capital expenditures of $195 for the ortho photography and $30,000 for the disaster recovery server. Infrastructure and construction plan 24 to 28. The county has a target of 10 to 15 million inclusive of grants, per year in the capital construction projects. So this ensures cash flow needs, so we don't have ups and downs. This is to determine through both internal capabilities along with funding capacity of the current reserve and taxation model. Funding for capital infrastructure and construction projects is completed from two sources, reserves and grants. The following is a list of the grants typically utilized by Cypress County. So the following is the current grants, okay? And then vehicle and equipment replacement plan, 24-28. The financial impact of the 24 vehicle and equipment plan is projected at just over 1.5 million. And then attached is the IT equipment replacement plan, the infrastructure and construction plan, vehicle and equipment replacement plan. Okay, and so the follow-up actions will be that this is draft, and it will be brought back to the 21st council meeting with amendments that council has provided to administration. Any questions so far? Good to go? Okay. So before is the budget for 24 and the projection from 25 to 27. So we have the table of contents. Part of that is the strategic vision of council. So we'll be going to, if there's no questions prior, we'll go to page 8. So page 8 talks about the information technology replacement plan, the summary and overview. And then on 9 is infrastructure and construction plan. And then on page 10 and 11 is the 5-year, starting with the 5-year construction plan in 24. So we have roads and bridges, utilities, water and wastewater, bridges, buildings and structures. Then on 12 is 25, and 14 is 26, and then 27, 28. Okay, so we'll go back to page 10 where it talks about the 24's projects. And so there's roads and bridges for plan for 24. Ken, is there anything you would like to highlight?
Through the chair. I'll just go through the list, highlighting some of the major projects and minor projects. The first one in the Dunmore area is the extension of 3rd, and this is the continuation of what we've done so far with the pre-grading of, with the connection to the 120. And this includes the base gravel, the paving, and some of the illumination and the intersection upgrade. So that is targeted at 2.1 million. The second one there is Range Road 65. This is one that was on the 5-year program that we're following up through the plan here. And this is 600 meters of oiled road, and it's an agriculture base mixed with country residential use. It gets heavily beat up on this road, and we spend considerable time, a couple times a year, reshaping the oil on this road. So it has been selected as one of the oiled roads to turn to pavement, and to follow our overall plan is to reduce our infrastructure costs on maintenance. So that is at $600,000 estimated. The Bull Trail, it's been on the program in the past for a grading basin pave, and we've looked at this a number of times over the year, and as far as environmental and stability, there is a lot of land issues and historical resource issues on that road. We did a little different program this year where we rehabbed the top of the oil, and we did some things different regarding the strengthening the top surface by adding aggregate and focusing on not a Band-Aid, but a full, well-done job. And we've really been monitoring a lot of these oiled roads that we are maintaining right now. And they all seem to be performing well, what we're doing. So a little different strategy this year that I left it on the list there, but we included there's some drainage and subgrade problems on that road. And if we can target those ones, and they'll extend the road integrity quite a bit more. So that's targeted at 150,000, and that includes ditch regrading. I included a photo in there of an area where the back slope comes down, and basically the ditch is almost level with the road a lot of the time. And that creates a problem with moisture into the subgrade. So it's clearing out those areas and improving the drainage. Urban, okay, no, 7 Persons, next one, Range Road 74. This is a low standard road right now. It's a trail, and it's going to be proposed to be upgraded to county standard level road. That is $200,000. The other project here in the Dunmore area is Charles Street. Now this is a truck route off of north of the intersection with the lights here on number 1. It sees a lot of heavy vehicles going to the CP yard and the grain elevator, and it's been falling apart. So this has been selected as a preservation of asphalt project that we need to do some dig outs and do an overlay on the project. Not a full rebuild, but really strengthen what we have so it can perform well and we don't lose it. So we budgeted $200,000 for that one. We indicated a project for the shelter belt. Our irrigation, or that shelter belt is around 30 years old. And it's seen a lot of irrigation issues through that area, and each year we're having to repair and problems. So there's trees that aren't getting water efficiently. And so this is a project more of an infrastructure to renew the irrigation down the shelter belt and allow for some trees to be removed. Some of them, not all of them. Desert bloom, this is a problem that has been brought up a few times by residents in the area, and we've monitored the park in phase 1. And there's some groundwater problems in the park that it's affecting the playground and affecting our trail infrastructure. And we've done some investigation there and received a quote to do some weeping towel to dry out that area so it is actually usable. At times, different times of the year, the water table seems to creep up in that area. There has been historically some weeping tile placed along the west fence line, but it doesn't quite connect to the storm sewer. So we're expanding this to protect the park so kids aren't playing in wet gravel and that they can actually walk on the grass. So I've included that one. We've got some quotes for that already to do that work, so we're comfortable with the numbers that we put in the plan. I included the step bridges on all 9 of them. Likely we won't get approved for all of 9, but I included our portion of the funding for the ones that have been approved in that. Water and utilities, this is our major project. So this has been on the books for a number of years, and regarding the security of water for the hamlet of Suffield, with the agreement with the base now on secured water. We're looking at replacing our current reservoir, which we did an inspection earlier this year, and it's from the early 1980s. And it needs a lot of rehab work to extend the life. Now, the quote on the rehab work is about $150,000. We held off on those repairs because it was part of this program. By doing the repairs, we could extend it 5 years and see the same kind of costs again. with that. So it is severely undersized for the community. We have no storage. If there's something happened to the water, we would run out of water. There's not enough fire service for the water. So our proposal is, as it was in the past, now that we have 2.7 in Water for Life funding, to replace the line, pumps, and reservoir. So that's all inclusive. And one of the things we're looking at, we're having some issues with the main water line coming down from Ralston. It's in a very old easement, 7.5 meters wide, and it's just not really, and it goes through Crown land. So there's a lot of delays in working with the government on that. So we have a meeting with Alberta Transportation to look at the possibility of moving the line over to the highway right away in between our sidewalk or our pathway system and the property line. So outside the highway corridor, and they got plans to upgrade that highway eventually. And we confirmed that it's not going out that far. So it's kind of what we're looking at, a different option. Rerouting's always a good option when it comes to force mains, sewer force mains, and water lines. Looking for a more efficient way of doing things, and that keeps the line in service as well. So it's out of the box thinking we're trying to do. That goes along. I'm done with the roads and bridges and utilities.
So you're good?
Yep.
Is there any questions on that? On roads, bridges, utilities?
Yeah, I see you're playing with the cap levy on a bit for funding on the trees, the water line, and Dunmore, Desert Blooms Park. I just seen that. And also, you're not thinking now of paving the Black Bull Trail with doing, because I agree with you, if you go with pavement and the drainage is an issue, it's gonna cost more and more to fix pavement than it is just oil. And like you said, your new strategy of fixing a lot of this oil is working because there's been a big improvement even on the black and white that I've seen, you know, going up and down from Manyberries and that. So I'm glad to see that you're switched, because I was always worried about asphalt on that hill. But, no. That was it.
Any questions or comments? Keith?
Yeah, just a question on this thing at Suffield. Are you thinking of moving the, because you're rerouting the water line, are you thinking of removing the water treatment plant too? Or is it still going to go to the northeast corner of the town?
Through the chair. We're looking at the options that we have with the land available. There is some efficiency by gaining some elevation with our reservoir that would reduce the pump or increase the pump efficiencies. So that is definitely something, because we want to utilize the full storage capability with the gravity. And so yes, we are looking at that and to see if that's a good option.
Any other questions?
With that water line, even from coming up from the river to Ralston, is that still part of the federal government's responsibility, or are we becoming part of that?
Yeah, through the
water
chair.
supply.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, that's CFB Suffield all the way right from the river to the Ralston water treatment plant. And this year, well, they've been working on this project for the last 10 years, but they broke it out into phases. And the first phase is replacing the line from the river up to the first reservoir on the highway there. Yeah, so that is, that's got approved. So they're working on engineering right now, and I'll be bringing something forward that they would like to share with the county, possible connections and stuff like that at a later date.
I was just wondering, they have never fixed their leaks.
Through their leaks.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Council, so we'll move on to buildings and structures. So the 7 persons, community hall and campground. So furnaces need to be replaced. And so if you go to the right, the funding will come from an application of CFIP and also the county matching the grant funding. And then the urban arena and campground, electrical panels were identified as a deficiency back in 2019. And that would be part of, the electrical panel needs to be fixed to do further development. At Sunshine Park across the way, upgrade the electrical service there as well. Walsh Visitor Welcome Center, there would be purchase of containers for that facility outside. Dunmore Fire Station, this is, there was I believe, an information brief presented to council in regards to the open training space room. And that would be a CFIP application as well. Kim, do you want to add anything to that?
No, unless there's any other questions, but we went through it in quite detail last meeting.
So I have one on that. We're paying for that because it's going through the school. Are they gonna put anything towards that? Because they moved the school over there, or their classroom over there.
Yeah, through the chair, the intention was that we were going to use the money that we've raised through the community and match it with a CFEP grant application, and there'd be no request for the county, or at this time, no request for the county or Prairie Rose.
And the last for in 24 is the 1-4 station. So it's currently under review. There'll be recommendations coming to council in early 24. We've asked a contractor to take a look at the building and give us an up-to-date quote to move it, and that'll be coming to us in the upcoming weeks. Ken, do you want to add anything to that, or? No, you're good. Okay, so that is 24. Is there any questions?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Is there any plans at Walsh for a campground at that visitor center? Are we setting any money aside, or?
No, not at this time. And I think during the closed session, it may be preferable if the Reeve wants to speak about a few things with the center or not.
Any other questions? Not seeing any?
And then would you like me to go on to 25? Okay, sounds good. All right, so on page 12, is beginning the 5-year plan for 2025. Roads and bridges. Ken, do you want to go through those as well?
Sure. Through the chair. The first one is in the 7 persons area, Township Road 120. This one was on the 2024 program, but there's some uncertainties with the Highway 3 alignment at this point, and also the Interfin power line going down that road. So we kicked that one ahead to 2025, and that's in line with the transmission line being completed. So we felt that was a bit of a risk for us, so we kicked that forward 1 year. Rangeford Road 114 in the black and white to the Eagle Butte Road. This is another oil-bound road that sees some significant vehicles crossing that piece. It has been performing well with the oil that's on it, but it does have, it will accelerate to decay. And it's in line with what we're doing is we're looking at roads that have high traffic counts and condition of the road, and if we repair it and bring it back to the current state, is that the right thing that we're planning? So, you know, it's on the 2025 as a potential increased traffic road there. and I guess an operational cost saving by converting it to asphalt. So Tot Hill, this is a grading project. It's currently a low grade, and it's just more of an upgraded grading project. 7 persons, Range Road 65, the intersection at 65 and Highway 3. Another oil-bound road that sees a high amount of agriculture use, and we do see a lot of repairs during the year. So this is another one that close to the highway as traffic increases over the years, we've got to keep mindful of. Township Road 121A. So this is a continuation of a Range Road 63. We did an approach around a radius there. There's also one bridge file in that area, so we would have to do the bridge file at the same time, so it's kind of connected. And it is a dead-end road. It has a bit of oil. If we replace that oil, we kind of eliminate any of the oil within that area. So, and it's very tight to work in that area, so we've included that on the plan. Black and white trail, as we go further down, we've looked at traffic counts over the year, and we're monitoring historically how that road's performing. Currently, our plan is to do stabilization of the base and relay the existing oil road. And like I mentioned earlier, or Councillor Hawk mentioned, we're seeing that perform well. What we did 2.5 miles there this year and long sections, and we're doing things differently about the surfacing. So there's different technologies coming out there for oil too, and different products. So I think fiscally we got to look at different ways of doing things with regards to oil. The next project is a grading project. We do a lot of maintenance, snow maintenance with poor cross section through the Robinson Coulee. It was identified more of a backsloping project and improving the grade of the road going through the coulee. Dunmore 13, so this is some interior roads. We did a successful overlay project in the hamlet this year, and this is a continuation. We did a study on some of the asphalt and the age of the asphalt, and it's important to protect what we have, because there's a point where you can't go back. So we need to be very cautious with our hard surfaces and preserve what we have. So this is a preservation measure. So Range Road 71, more shoulder poles and road realignment grading project. Same with the next one, Range Road 73. And of course, every year we're always including bridge planning, following our 20-year bridge plan, as well as reviewing the current year inspections. So typically we inspect 25 structures a year, 25 to 30. This year was 33. And then we report those ratings to Alberta Transportation, and they track them and the sufficiency rating, and that's how our STIP projects are funded, based on the condition of the bridge or bridge structure. We also have 7 persons force main, end of life asset that we are planning to replace, and we're currently doing that right now, and in Schuler and in Irvin. We talked about earlier looking or thinking outside the box and realigning the force main to avoid infrastructure costs, and we'll look at that again. There's considerable cost savings in that.
And then also for buildings and structures, in Irvin, the multi-use building is on for 2025. And then at Dunmore, replace the existing salt shed with a concrete structure. So that's 25. any questions? Do you want to go through 26, 27, and 28? No? Okay. Well, please review, and if you have any questions, let me know. So the total infrastructure projects from 24 to 28 is 68 million. Okay, so on page 20 is the vehicle and equipment replacement plan, the summary and overview. So in there it talks about like the replacement of the heavy equipment and such as graders, gravel trucks, that sort of thing.
Through the chair. Just touch on that. Terlyn mentioned the graders. One thing we know with the graders, they're almost a year out. So we're planning a year ahead on receiving them the next year. So it gets a little complicated there, but we're on the right track there. So we identified 2 replacements that we'll be doing next year. And as far as the heavy duty trucks, these are plow trucks packages, and we got a quote early 2023, and just with the delays and the costs went through the roof, we decided to extend the life of our assets for another year. And we also, our last heavy duty trucks, we switched the box to stainless steel, so we wanted a little bit of more time to evaluate it. And so far, so we're very happy with that decision to go with stainless steel. So we do have, we've got some updated quotes for these plow trucks, and that's complete with the 2-way plow and the hopper sander. And the time, it was a year and a half from the first time of delivery, so now it's back down to 6 months. So things have changed there on that side, we're happy to see, and we'll be proceeding with that here. And that's actually a 2022 budget item. So just let you know, those are the major things there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on it? Shane?
I'm just looking down the road here where when you go from projected replacement summary in 24, then in 25, we're jumping just about 4 million in costs. Is there any way of moving things around so we don't get such a big hit in 25? Because we go from 1.5 to 5.3 million.
It's just the vehicles that are coming up, isn't it? That's the way it's programmed to work.
Yeah, but couldn't we maybe extend one or two just to balance that out? Because, well, it's going to be a $4 million difference that year. So.
Yeah, but it's in the reserves. It's calculated to absorb that year to year.
Yeah, so it's depreciated out, and so that money's allocated yearly into the fund, so that when there will always be blips along the way. And so that's why we do tangible capital assets, depreciate that out, and that's why we fund our reserves. So you don't have to get debentures.
So that money will be in our reserves then. It won't affect our overall budget.
No, it would pull.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, the only time when it doesn't, if it's a new piece of equipment. So commonly, if there's a new piece of equipment, there's no money in the reserves, then it's commonly bought with, prior was like MSI funding, or with gas tax money, that sort of thing. And then once it's purchased, then it's depreciated out.
So new equipment like, not.
Pardon?
No, that's not equipment. That's a project. But no, I understand what you see in there, but it's all supposed to do that.
As long as the money is in our reserves, that's all. I'm making sure that it doesn't affect the overall budget.
Yeah. Richard is correct. It justifies the reserves. Ken?
Yeah, along with Councillor Hawk mentioned, we have, the last few years, we've really looked at our assets, looking for ways to do things a little differently, extending life, So we are constantly looking at that as a possibility, but like you mentioned, the replacement is what's indicated at this time.
That acronym page gets bigger every year, doesn't it?
So, and then to follow, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the document is the glossary. And, because we're really good at using acronyms in municipal government, so the glossary is there as well. And then on page 25 is the financial policies that give guidance to the organization.
Any questions on the budget? Not seeing any. Do we need a motion to receive this for information?
The recommended motion is that council direct administration to bring back the 2024 capital budget to the November 21st council meeting as discussed.
Michelle had her hand up. Michelle's making that motion. Any questions? One. Go ahead, Richard.
Well done, thank you. That information is so important to us to make our decisions, and I like the way you brought it forward. Thanks.
Any questions? Vote. Keith? That's carried. Referee Azrud, 6.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 88 is the administrative report. There is lots of information in there. Do you guys have any questions?
Michelle?
Since we were just talking about acronyms, there's an acronym on page 88, the SRSDC, and I can't remember what that is. You want to refresh my memory, please?
Stormwater Regional, some drainage, horsefly
Horsefly, there we go.
committee.
Couldn't just put horsefly down?
Yeah, brackets as commonly known. Yeah.
Shane?
So since we got an outfit coming in later on, I still notice invoices sent for gravel dust patch repair and inspections to Chappus Lake Solar Project and also to the Hilda one. Are they being paid or are they disputing?
Through the chair. The Chappie Lake one, we've gone back and forth, and we had to make a decision and follow our road use agreement and exercise our authority in it to get it gravel before winter. And we gave them enough notice for that, and they're aware of that the county has stepped in to gravel it, and all cost associated is be invoiced back to them. So that is the Chappie Lake, so a full cost recovery on all the oil that's been redone, and as well as the gravel surface being brought better or to pre-existing or better condition. The Hilda one, same on that one, but they worked well with us, and they said, well, we can't find a contractor to do the oil repair for the dust patches, and we agreed to do it and invoice them back for the oiled surface. So that was done about 2 months ago. And as far as the gravel, it came to that same point. There was still some deficiency. They made good effort to do it, but there was still deficiencies on the surfacing in different area. And part of our inspections included this road over here required a certain tonnage per kilometer, this road over here. So it got really detailed there. And so that's another one where they requested the county go ahead and do that as well and invoice them. So full cost recovery and getting it back to where it needs to be.
Mr. Reeve, later on, I'll probably be making a motion as we go here to up our costs on these projects if they're not doing it themselves, because it has taken our crews away from doing work for other ratepayers in areas where we need it also. Now we're going chasing after these solar projects, wind projects, doing their work. And that, so we, instead of just regrouping our costs, we should be getting back more. And I will be also looking down the road here of, if they don't do it, if they're not looking after their haul road agreements, to get a shutdown order. Simple. Enough is enough, and we gotta start making a stand, like they do in other counties with even the sand and gravel industry and that, because it's, I know there's some oil in my area that never got done because the crews are up there doing that.
Rob?
Yeah, I guess I was just looking for clarity on cost recovery being cost of labor and materials, or is that labor, materials, overhead plus 20%?
Through the chair, industry costs. So we have our internal costs, but we build them out as industry costs.
That covers it then.
Just wanted to make sure.
No, that's good. Any other questions? Rob?
I'm just wondering then if it, I think it'd probably be appropriate to look at approving as amended then, because I think there's a difference between cost recovery and charged out at industry costs. Like from a ratepayer's perspective, if they're looking at minutes and are going, oh man, like we're doing the deficiency work for cost recovery, it sounds to me like we're coming in and doing it at our cost. And I don't think that shows prudence on our side. Is it worded within in the report, or was it simply just a question that was asked?
What
I just
page
asked
are
a
you on?
question here. The developer has applied, invoices sent for gravel dust patch repair and inspections. That's all it said, but I just wanted to know how we're getting paid.
Okay, so that could be,
He hasn't made the motion.
yeah, so then I'll withdraw what I'm saying as far as a motion goes, and maybe it's just a terms of reference down the road, even through master rates or something like that.
Through the chair. Just a clarification, in our road use agreement, we indicate that we'll use Alberta Road Builders rates, current rates, and we use that as our guide for chargeback.
So, good question, but we don't need a motion. That's covered. Okay. Anybody else have anything?
He answered that little part.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Since Shane had all the questions, he's moving the reports. Vote. Dustin? Dustin? Vote. Okay, we will, do you want a break?
Yes.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Shane,
You had a bucket to use.
it's so hard to
Everybody's back, we're good, Les? Okay, call the meeting back to order. Our delegation is live online here. We'll let you have the floor.
Good morning, and first of all, happy Halloween. I'm.
Is it Halloween?
It's actually my birthday, so I'm really glad you all dressed up for it.
Happy birthday. We got one of those in the crowd here today too, so.
Oh, fantastic. My name is Paula McGarrigle. I'm the president and CEO of Solus Energy Consulting, and I'm here with my client, David Ashton. David, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. Hi. Sorry, I'm just driving at the moment. I'm just
Okay.
about to park.
So thank you for your time today. I've got a short slide deck that I'll just share on the screen if that's possible. There we go. Let's see if I can make this big. So this provides, this short slide deck provides an overview of S3 solar project information. Tony Simmons is not able to join today. David Ashton is, I believe, in the UK at the moment, just pulling over. My name is Paula McGarrigle. Adrian McGarrigle also helped put this together. Here we go, David.
Yeah, hi.
Okay. So David, if you could provide an overview of Green Cells Indigen.
I will certainly try. But a little bit of a bad throat. It's the Albertan weather. So, yeah, so Green Cells Indigen is an EPC developer. So we work globally. Tony's in New Zealand at the moment. That's why he's not on the call with the time difference. I'm based in the UK. Green Cells are headquartered in Germany. They are owned by a Saudi entity. And so Indigen provides development expertise whereby we take projects from a green field to a fully constructed solar asset, and then we tend to dispose of that asset to an investment institution fund. Green Cells, it overlaps in the development capacity and is the construction expertise and actually is the builder of the plant. And so the cooperation is quite simple, really. We develop things, they construct things, and then we both sell them to institutional funds, and Green Cells would normally continue to operate and maintain those assets, which is the typical model of solar construction. But we do go right through to construction and beyond, which separates us from most developers, if you like. We've built, 3 gigawatts of solar across the world between us.
So the support team for the development of this project was West, providing environmental, Solus Energy, Akoda, and RWDI. So this project is utility scale solar. It is a size of 200 megawatts AC. The underground system is 34.5 kV, and it's a fixed tilt solar PV. And it's connecting onto the Alberta interconnected grid. The electricity and the environmental attributes will both be sold onto the grid. The location is in Cypress County. It's right in the northeast of Cypress County and northeast of Medicine Hat. It's closest to McNeil, which is about 1.9 kilometers north of McNeil, and it's near Range Road 11 and Township Road 204. So the actual location is 2421 west of the 4th. It's private land. It's owned by the Hutterite Brethren of Estuary Corp. There's 4 quarter sections included. And as I mentioned before, it's about 110 kilometers north of Dunmore, or about an hour and a half drive. Substation is going to be on the southwest, 2421 west of the 4th. There is an existing power line today. There's no residences within 800 meters. There's one residence that is 1.5 kilometers west of the project boundary, and it's right at 1.5 kilometers. And it's adjacent or just north of the ATCO Empress Solar Project, which I believe has just finished construction and commissioning. So this project will connect to the Empress 394S substation, which is down in the bottom of this. The pink boxes down at the bottom, which is right beside McNeil. It'll connect to the 138/144 kV line, which is 760L. And right now, it is in ISO stage 3, and Altalink is the transmission facility owner. And there were a number of issues identified by the county, and I just wanted to walk through where it's at. With regard to the county not consulted prior to AUC approval, only becoming aware of the project and its approval on August 9th, 2023, no record of communication in the AUC application, no staff at the county received the PSIP, no notice about the project prior to June 2023, and the local councillor was not consulted. We had a couple of conversations with the county administration and identified it was essentially a series of mishaps and IT issues that resulted in this. We did provide a notification on November 4th with the name and the location, and received back an email saying that the county's prerequisite was AUC approvals before development permit inquiries. Unfortunately, we understood that as to not to continue with our inquiries with the county. There were 2 attempts to send the PSIP from us to the county. Unfortunately, we have traced down why they were not received, and that was an IT issue. The consultation plan was to engage with the county after the AUC approval and with the local councillor contact. There was no open house for the project, and a couple of factors came into that. One is that there's not a lot of people around here, and so it was deemed to be more effective to do one-on-one consultation, which was completed. And the second one was this is sort of post the 2 years during which open houses were not really done as a result of COVID. There was a note in there about loss of agricultural heritage. My understanding is that there's an agreement with the landowner, which is the Hutterian Brethren, for the use of this land. Let me just go to the next one here. With regard to impacts for transportation infrastructure, the construction plan is pending, and it will include a traffic mitigation plan, and that will be drafted for the review of the county. With regard to the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the SSRP energy objectives does talk about regional renewable energy development and economic development. So we believe that this is in alignment with SSRP. In terms of misalignment with municipal land use documents, our understanding is that the land use classification is a discretionary use class 2 in A2 district, and that we will be submitting an application to the Municipal Planning Commission this year, and that's pending. AEP has reviewed this, there's a lot of R's, and provided referral report back in November 29 of 2022, so almost a year ago, and they deemed this project to be low risk. On the visual impact, we did do viewpoint assessments, and no concerns were identified by landowners or stakeholders. There was mention of alternative and sustainable development, and I believe that was around vegetation management, and we'll get into that in a minute. The other aspect was regarding control of weeds. So there are 3 documents within the AUC submission that deal with weeds. So the environmental evaluation, an environmental protection plan, and a conservation and reclamation plan. So all of those address weed control and mitigation. We've now created another document, which is really a concordance table that amalgamates all of the obligations under vegetation management, and we've sent that on to the office for your review. With regard to the fire protection, we've put together a draft emergency response plan. Section 4 has got fire protection and prevention in it, and it has details on fire-related procedures for construction and operations. This one, so this was the second email that fell trapped to IT issues in sending the ERP to the county. We've subsequently had a meeting with the county and talked about the risk of wildfire, and also talked about the distance it is from any other emergency response, and that there would really likely need to be some collaboration with the other energy related facilities in the area regarding fire protection, and that it is some distance from any emergency response. So that will be taken into consideration in the emergency response plan. With reclamation and decommissioning, so the AUC submission that we had a conservation and reclamation plan, and that outlines the strategy for securing the land reclamation during the decommissioning. And then the decommissioning plan will be provided as part of the development permit. In terms of the landowners, this is in a long-term lease. It is cultivated land. And our understanding is that part of the benefit is it allows for the land to rest from agricultural use. In terms of the status on environmental and other permits, so AEPA has done a review and indicated that it is low overall risk ranking. The SSRP, as I mentioned, has alignment with that. The historical resource assessment has been completed, and we did identify one location that needed to be avoided. NAV Canada and Transport Canada have, we've submitted those applications and have had no issues with those applications. This is just one page of the weed and clubroot management. So this is coalescing all of the information from those other 3 documents into one, and it's for weed and clubroot management, and it's a concordance document for all of the obligations associated with the construction and operations and reclamation of this project. In terms of the transportation plan and road use, we will be providing a customized traffic management plan to the county, and that will be for the county to review. So we'll be providing a draft and getting some feedback. We will be using speed regulations and signage as the construction activities will definitely increase the traffic along that road during the construction. And then we'll have also a road use agreement in place in consultation with Cypress County, and that's pending. So in terms of the overall design life, so there's 3 major components. The solar modules are approximately a 40-year design life. The inverters, which go from DC to AC because the electricity comes from solar as DC, and the inverters are approximately 25 to 30-year design life, and the transformers are about a 40-year design life. The solar PV module life has a power warranty typically of 25 years, and at that point in time, the solar modules are at around 90% of their original efficiency. There is some small reduction with regard to their efficiency year over year. The performance of the solar modules are worse with high temperatures, high ambient temperatures, and better with much colder temperatures. So we have a higher efficiency, frankly, when it's minus 25 than if it's plus 25. Go. So we do have a draft emergency response plan that has site-specific risks. So emergency medical care, fire protection prevention, severe weather, hazardous materials, falls from height, electrocution, and vehicle incidents. So the draft is to be finalized in consultation with Cypress County. And that draft has been submitted to the county. In terms of the overall timeline for this project, so the renewable energy project submission to AEP, is it now EPA at the moment, was submitted in September. There was some consultation done with stakeholders one-on-one in November, and that's around the time that the EPA referral report was also received. In December, we filed with the AUC, and I believe at that time AltaLink did some consultation with the county with regard to the interconnection. AUC approval was in July of 2023, and then this quarter we were expecting to submit a development permit application by December, and targeting commercial operations by 2025. In terms of the AUC approval and conditions, the number is way at the top of the screen, which I can't see at the moment. So that was issued June 1st, 2023. So these are the conditions associated with the approval. So once the equipment has been selected, it has to provide a final update to confirm that the project has stayed within the final project update. Specified allowances for the solar power plants. Project update must be filed at least 90 days before the start of commission. We have to do a post-construction monitoring report submitted to AEPA, and that's no later than January 31st of the year following the mortality monitoring period. The third one is really about any complaints or concerns regarding glare, and that we would need to provide submission to the AUC regarding that. And then requirement to use anti-reflective coating on the solar modules, and then maintaining a 30-meter setback from all class 3 or higher wetlands. So those are the conditions of the approval. In terms of consultation, the package that was sent included a project newsletter, some FAQs, frequently asked questions, some project maps, and there were 3 visual simulations and the AUC brochure. No open house was held, and there was one-on-one consultation. This looks like a busy slide, but let me just walk through it at a high level. So this is the decommissioning fund. I know there were some questions around decommissioning fund, and this is really about a cash sweep mechanism to provide that financial security and compliance. So the cash sweep mechanism would be implemented in the last 5 years of the lease term, and the funds are held in an interest-bearing joint names account, and that would be with the landowner. The purpose of the fund is designated purely for decommissioning purposes, and then this really reduces the potential risk with regard to the fund and not having adequate funds. The joint names, frankly, is very helpful for transparency and for control and regular monitoring of the account balance. This approach does adhere to the best practices for decommissioning funds. It also provides significant transparency on how much is available and the fact that there are 2 names associated with it. So this mitigates financial risk associated with the decommissioning. It makes sure that the funds are readily available and provides good for responsible financial planning and management of it. In terms of the decommissioning plan, a detailed decommissioning plan will be provided. So this will include implementation of the Conservation Reclamation Plan, which has already been provided, accommodate any of the individual landowners' requests back to the original, adhere to the Cypress County decommissioning requirements, disassemble the solar modules for potential reuse, extract the piles, extract the cables, deactivate the inverters and transformers, and restore the gravel road integrity back to its original state of decompaction. Oftentimes we'll have landowners sometimes wish to keep roads in place. So again, on the private land, it'll be back to what the landowner is requesting. Now, this assumes it's fully decommissioned and not repowered. Oftentimes we see in renewable energy, they are repowered because the resource continues to be there. This is just to give you an idea of this decommissioning plan that will be developed. Obviously, the decommissioning plan will have to adhere to the rules at the time of decommissioning as well, to adhere to what is provincially required, required by the county, etc. Here's just some of the benefits to Cypress County is obviously there will be local business support, and so purchasing goods and services during the construction and during the operation. It'll directly employ local construction personnel. There's opportunities for local contractors during the commissioning. And then also a commitment for on-site classroom and online education, which is teachpl.ca. And that provides K through 12 information on renewable energy. Property taxes, obviously, to support the community. And I believe that's all I have. I have a few appendix slides, but I'm happy to go to those as we need.
Okay, thank you.
Open the floor for any questions.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of questions coming to you here. I'm going to take the first one. On your decommissioning, do you figure in the scrap price on what you give in towards the funding, or is it fully funded on what you're putting away for the reclamation?
So on the reclamation, what's done is there's an assessment done at that time in order to identify what the cost would be. Some of the metals are obviously a benefit with regard to cost, where there would be a provision for sale of copper into the overall cost. So that would be reduced from the overall amount of the fund required based on that sale.
Okay, so that's the part that scares the county on that, because our assessor isn't here today, he's out sick. But if something was to go wrong and you change ownership on that, and it goes into receivership, the receiver receives that money and pays off every other debt before anything goes back to reclamation. So I guess the county stance would be trying to see that all the funds are put in, and that is not part of the reclamation fund.
Okay, so the value of the copper in the wiring, so the reclamation fund would be for the total amount,
Yes.
and then reimbursed with any additional sales of materials after the fact.
If it's all cleaned up and done, then yeah, you could recuperate your money that way.
So it wouldn't be lower than, it would be the full amount with then the potential benefit of the sale of the copper.
Yes, that's what the county
Understood. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Next, Shane, you had something? Or
Yeah, I do. I got a few concerns here about, I read over your report. It's quite in-depth. In my past, before I become a counselor, I used to do traffic accommodation strategies for construction. I was a project manager. And I also did environmental construction operation plans. I had to draw them up and get them approved by the government, by Alberta government, environment, and transportation. So when I did it because I was the guy on site, and I would be the one implementing this. So when I read over your report here, it's quite disturbing when weeds are going to become a big issue because you are on, I've got to take my hat off. You are on farmland. And then in your report, it says areas where vegetation has been accidentally moved or damaged will be reseeded with a similar native species. Well, there isn't any in there.
Right.
And then, so this report is really disturbing. So on page 64, in areas that will not be impacted by ongoing construction activities, high traffic areas, soil surface will be protected within 14 days of clearing by seeding a cover crop, annual grass seed specs such as wild oats. Now, wild oats is, if you read about what wild oats is, wild oats is the most serious grassy weed in the prairie provinces. Losses can be as high as $500 million annually across the prairie provinces. It causes yield losses, dockage losses, cleaning costs, and lowers grade and quality. So why would you be seeding not a weed in these areas?
Yeah,
I mean, this report was put together and
yeah,
it is so false. And it's upsetting.
well,
And
okay.
I know we can't control what's inside, but them wild oats getting outside the area, we will be forcing the Weed Act very forcefully. And
Agreed.
because it's disturbing that this was written.
No,
down.
I'm going to thank you for pointing that out. Clearly, there will not be wild oats used. If you can have a look at that, there is a listing of, I think, about 20 different species. If you can provide us the feedback on what is acceptable for Cypress County, we'd be happy to take that response. And officially, wild oats is crossed off.
Well, but you guys spend millions of dollars putting this report together and you put it in there. Even when you're stripping, doesn't stay how you're going to strip the soils from A to B to C on your different classifications of soil so you can conserve it for reclamation properly.
Yeah, so that is part of the conservation and reclamation plan.
But, I mean, that's, okay. Another thing with the roads, I'll just bring up that we will be enforcing the haul road agreement very forcefully because right now we have got outstanding invoices from other solar projects where they did not comply. They said they would.
Yeah.
And all nice and rosy. Yes, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. But then they don't do it. And that's becoming a concern to council and to our ratepayers.
So one of the things we can do is do drone footage ahead of time with regard to the road. So there's one road that is running north-south, and then there's one road that runs adjacent to that, Township Road 204 goes in. And what we can do ahead of time is do drone footage of the road quality ahead of time. So we have a good standard of what was there before, and then work with your county to ensure that we're back to where it was or better. And that road use agreement, I understand that Cypress County has put in a significant effort of standardizing the road use agreement. And we'd be happy to look at that and bring it back to what you're looking at, and happy for you to enforce where it was. And I think that LiDAR / drone footage ahead of time can help us just understand what's there at the moment.
And you do realize that it being farmland, that you will have a weed issue in there because you won't be getting no grass to grow unless you seeded it 5 years in advance of starting construction. So when you state that you're native species and all that, it's a generic, to me, it's just a generic piece of paper. Not.
Do you have a preferred approach that the county would like?
That's up to you guys.
Okay, all right. We'll consult with you with regard to the process and what the approach is, but.
Well, you could consult with the Ag Service side.
I'm sorry, say again?
You can consult with the Ag Service, and
Yes.
they might give you some.
Yeah, and Agricultural Services is under the Director of Municipal Services. Kim has been part of this process as well.
That's right, yeah.
Excuse my ignorance as to the Alberta process, but what we might see in other jurisdictions is when we apply for a county permit, these sort of specific items being made conditions in the grant of the permit. So we might see a county approval subject to pre-construction, us providing LiDAR or drone footage to be approved by the county surveyor as accurate, and then possibly to reinstate post completion or to put in a financial sort of down payment to cover the cost of reinstatement at the end. We might see conditions in the grant of a permit. Similarly, the grant of a permit subject to approval of the species to be planted by agricultural services of the county. You know, we might see, is that something that the county permit structure follows in Alberta or specifically in Cypress County?
When it come to MPC and those conditions will be put on there, I just believe that the councilors today are giving you insight on what they see so that you have a chance to change it before it comes to MPC and it won't slow you down anymore once you get to that stage. These are concerns that will come forward at that point.
This is the sneak preview. Excellent.
Great, right, thanks.
Keith, you had something?
Yeah, I'm looking at a slide here that says, under supporting landowners, it says the ability for land to rest from agricultural use. That sounds like a really hollow way of putting, we're taking your land out of production so you can no longer grow food. Land doesn't really need to rest. In my books, it's going to grow something every year, whether you seed it or whether you don't. If you don't make the best use of it, it will grow whatever comes naturally, and that will be weeds. So I've seen this in other solar presentations, and I really take objection to it because as somebody that farms the land and makes best use of agricultural land, this is a really hollow thing for somebody who doesn't farm to come and tell me that we need to rest the land for 25 years. That just does not make sense to me.
Okay, that will be removed from the slide deck. I appreciate your insight.
Does anybody else have any questions? That's good. There was only a couple of questions, or a couple of things brought up. The last time we had this, we were 2 hours, so things are starting to roll a little better. No, it's just, it's not that the boys are complaining, they're just passionate about their lands and the farming areas.
I get
so-
that. Yeah, no, I really appreciate the council members providing their emphatic response. It means you care. It means you care deeply about the land and the county. And I really appreciate that. So what I've written down so far is I have 3 major items. One is that the reclamation cost should not include sort of a pre-benefit of recycling copper. The second one is on traffic accommodation, that needs to be planned ahead of time. The second, and the road use agreement will be implemented, and there's no fear of not being implemented. It will absolutely be implemented, and that perhaps the drone footage would be helpful for both parties ahead of time, and that possibly that could be part of MPC's conditions on the approval. That we'll talk with Ag Services around what kind of cover crop would be most appropriate. Wild oats are out, and the concept of the land resting for 25 years is not appropriate. Was there anything else I missed?
Ken, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the traffic plan. When you do put that together, on our website, there is mapping available to determine the different surface types that you're wanting to access the site. One of the surfaces paved roads. One of the surfaces is asphalt stabilized base course known as oiled roads, and one gravel road and trails. So there's different categories there with regards to the road. Now, in our experience with other wind farm and solar farm development,
Yeah,
there is work required always on the oiled surface. So if you're planning to access the site using oiled roads currently, expect major work to restore that. Also, during the traffic, or as part of the traffic plan, it would be very good for you to indicate how you plan to monitor the traffic to the site, how you plan to ensure that they're using the roads that are identified and approved in your traffic plan. As again, other projects, there has been problems with driving and going to the site, loaded vehicles on roads that aren't approved, subcontractors down the list. So that's something important we'd like to see in that plan, how you plan to monitor and how you plan to address when this happens, because we can't always be out there monitoring this.
Yeah, we understand that. We ordinarily would have what we call a driver's card, which is issued to any logistics provider that's coming to the site, which is specifically detailing the route they should take, the signage that will be en route, putting all the signage there. We've done this in, we built these in the UK down little one-lane tracks, you know, like places you should never even take HGV. We've done this in some logistically terrible spots, so it's very familiar with us in getting the driver's cards right. Once you've blocked up a village in rural Hampshire, you won't do it again. So.
and the other thing we've also done for Solus in terms of our fleet is we have GPS trackers on all the vehicles, so we're tracking exactly where they are at any time, and that way we can monitor where they've been and provide that feedback if they are outside. We can also put on zones so that if they go outside a particular zone, it'll actually send a note to us to say they've actually gone out of this protected zone. So there are some methodologies with regard to that, and we'll be happy to provide you with a traffic plan in consultation with Cypress County.
Yeah.
Do you put those GPSs on your subcontractors?
What I find is these days, most contractors and subcontractors already have them on their fleets. And part of that is, frankly, so that people are not taking their trucks and going on a vacation with them when they're work. We had one. Yeah.
Yeah, the
So that,
tachograph requirements as well. You know, they have to show that they've stopped, so that they're not driving tired and things. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, just a funny story. We had one of our Solus team member end up with a broken truck in Vermont, and we're like, "How did our business truck end up in Vermont for your ski holiday?" So anyway, since then, all of our fleet has tractors on them. Yes.
Is there any other questions or comments? Nothing from staff, everybody's good?
I really appreciate the time, and moreover, I really appreciate the costumes. Well done.
All right,
So
thank you very much.
What's the next? Apologies for my benefit. What's the next step?
So we're requesting that the council submit to the AUC a withdrawal of the intervention on the approval for this project. And I believe that's the decision before the council today. After that, we will be proceeding to apply to the council or to the MPC for a development permit for the project, which will include all of these requirements, such as traffic accommodation plan, emergency response plan, and work on the road use agreement. But at the moment, we're requesting the council make a decision to withdraw the intervention on the AUC approval for this project.
Mr. Chairman,
that's-
8.4 is on page 132 is an RFD for that.
Yep, so that'll be later on in our council meeting, and staff will get back to you and let you know what the decision is on that.
Great. Thank you very much and happy Halloween, everybody.
Thank you, have a good day.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're on to 7, grieving council reports. Mine is on there, but I don't have much more to add. Robin?
It's been pretty quiet up until the last couple of days. Had quite a few phone calls from ratepayers on some things that we can discuss later on, but overall, feels like fall is here, and yeah, looking forward to RMA next week.
Blaine?
Yeah, pretty quiet on my home front as well. Just had a few discussions with Richard and some of the library amenities that we're looking to order for the library. Went to the Urban Ag Society AGM and general meeting. Their bar renovations is just about complete, and that's coming along quite nice. Their maintenance projects also, they've been working on quite a few things within the dressing rooms and the hallways and stuff that they've completing right now. So things are looking good at the rink. It's very clean and looks good in there. Lots of comments that way. They had lots of ice rentals as well. And the curling is underway with 3 draws, and they've had some ask for another draw. So it sounds like that's going to be quite used this winter.
That's good. Shane?
Yeah, fairly quiet. Attended a meeting with Premier Smith and MLA Wright here, and also went up to Oyen for the Ag Service Board Southern Convention. It's interesting up there too, and some phone calls about county business that I'll be bringing up at a later date, and all good.
Richard?
Yeah, I don't see anything quiet about this side of the table, but all right. On the Thursday morning, the 19th, I attended the leadership breakfast. I thought that was it was good. We had lots of discussion on a bunch of different things. After that, I drove to Bow Island to attend the Small Business Week luncheon. It was sponsored by Verge, and as the chair, I represented that. Then I drove back to Medicine Hat and spent the remainder of the day touring around with MLA Grant Hunter, Terrelyn and Kim, Mayor Clark, and CEO Ann Mitchell, MLA Justin Wright, and his assistant Terry Ann. And then we finished off having dinner with MLA Hunter. He is very interested in our area. He wanted a rural perspective and a city perspective. We showed him how we work together and how we could work together even more. And of course, he's the one that's pushing or is responsible to promote ag. What's the word I'm looking for, Terrelyn, to work together on?
The Premier Ag Corridor.
Ag corridor, yeah, from Lethbridge to Medicine Hat. So it was really, really good. Friday, October 20th, attended the County Connections Luncheon. Beth, if you're listening, job well done. Had lots of questions asked, but I really liked nobody was complaining about anything. That's nice to have. Yes, on Wednesday, 25th, went down to Irvin, met with Blaine and Rhonda and Elson, and Joan at the Irvin Library, and we were just discussing some details of coming up of some furniture and opening, stuff like that. Thursday and Friday, I attended the Economic Growth Forum at the college. It was a 2-day event, and it was put on by Community Futures and Verge and a few other partners. The college part of that, we had a meeting through Community Futures with Michelle Evans, and she's the Prairies Canada Assistant Deputy Minister, and it's her department that supplies, I guess you could say supplies the money for the Community Futures in Alberta. On Thursday night, I did attend a Desert Bloom Homeowners Association. They've had some break-ins there, and one fellow was actually in his house, and the alarm went off, and the guy that was breaking in was in no hurry to leave. So, it was pretty scary. I had to chase him down the road. Anyway, Staff Sergeant Michael from the RCMP was there, and he gave him some talks or some ideas about what to do. There was discussion about putting up a gate at the entrance to the fourth subdivision. I told him I would bring that back to council, to administration, and if they could look into some of why it would work and why it wouldn't work. They're prepared to pay for it. I said to them that would be the only way, but there is some legalities, I'm sure, that we have to look into. So just bringing it to your attention. And that was it. It was lots of stuff, but there's a lot of things happening down here that we don't quite always see. And by these meetings that I've been sitting in on, City Medicine Hat is really on board for us to work with them to make stuff happen as far as economic development. There was no line there that how can I say it? We both understand what's good for one is good for the other. And by Mayor Clark getting Grant Hunter down, MLA Grant Hunter down to see what was going on down here, that was a huge step. Her and her department implemented that. And I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the future.
Well, it's hard to follow that, but.
Oh, sorry.
On the 18th, I attended the ASB South Region Conference in Oyen, where I was elected the South Region Provincial Ag Service Board representative. And then after that, on the 19th to 21st, I took and I attended the Alberta Fire Training Conference in Lethbridge, which is ran by a vast majority of Cypress County firefighters. So big thank you to them for supporting that and helping out with that as for always. Since the last meeting too, we had some water main issues in Seven Persons where some of the construction for the new multi-use building, they cut the water line to the Seven Persons Community Hall. And we discovered it a day before it was rented out. So thank you to staff for addressing that quickly and getting that fixed.
I attended the meeting with Premier Smith and the MLA Wright. I was at the County Connections Luncheon, which was a fantastic event as always. I attended the Economic Development Forum with Richard for the 2 days and had a lot of discussions about FCSS on those. And I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, things are pretty quiet on my end. I don't have nothing really to report, so.
You gonna move them? Thank you. Any questions on the reports? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we will stop for lunch. There's going to be, they want to do a picture with everybody in costume. Staff is coming in, so everybody stay here and get ready. They want to do it front here. So you should win the best grumpy old guy costumes. back to order. 8.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 8.1, Fendt Tractor Replacement Program. It's on page 108. The recommended motion that Council Direct Administration enter into the replacement 2-year cycle program agreement with Palliser Sales for the Fendt Tractor Unit 33037. Our Director of Public Works would like to elaborate.
Through the chair, this is a program that is currently still available with Fendt, and we reviewed this program after the first year of utilizing this asset. As you know, it's a critical asset we deemed for the winter time. Primarily, we're looking for other uses through the season with our shoulder pull program, but primarily 80% of it right now is winter clearing the roads. So I listed some advantages of the program. So there's a quote buyback for each hour, and the listed hours on the unit is 245. And this would be a cost to us at $14,670. Our current annual replacement funding for this unit is $33,000. So we considered this a very good option and a cost saving. And what it allows us to always have a piece of equipment under warranty. And there's also a service program that is their cost during that time. So that's what I have before you here is the option to consider to enter into a 2-year cycle program with Fendt Tractor. And the changeover between the units takes 2 hours. So it's very quick. There's no additional costs other than just some time.
Blaine?
No, I like it. It looks good. I just, I guess my only question would be, so on the hour count, do they have like a minimal lease hour count, or does the cost go up per hour then, or do you know what I mean? Like, say you end up using it for 400 hours or 350 hours that year, is the $59.90 more?
Currently, it's just the rate per hour that they provided for however many hours that's been provided. So the cost, if it was that 400, it would just be probably around that 30 grand.
So there's no adjusting that you don't, okay.
Automatically that 59.90. Any other questions on it? Shane?
So it looks good now, like, because we're only putting 245 hours on it. Was that within a year or a year and a half?
2 winters, wasn't it?
Just over a year.
Just over a year. So if we start using it for shoulder pulling, then the hours are going to go up considerably. So then if we double the hours, we're just about going to get close to the current capital replacement. But we won't be able to.
But it'll never go over that capital replacement, right?
Well, good. More hours.
Through the chair, that's something we'll be monitoring through this process. We don't have to participate the next year, but this year we would like to participate because of the hours.
Okay, so it's optional over year.
Oh, yeah, it's optional, year after year. Okay. I'm good with it then.
Dustin?
One thing with the Fendt program too is they actually have a 1,500 hour or 2-year maintenance policy on them too. So even if you do end up not participating in it 1 year, the maintenance still takes and stays at the cost of the company. I participate in this program as well, and I think it's quite a good program. Especially if you're, it's more advantageous if you underutilize something, which I don't seem to ever be able to do, but it seems pretty decent compared to what the annual payments are on them.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Blaine liked it, so he moved it. Just making sure she's done over there.
Oh, we're still joking around over there, fooling around. I don't know what they're doing.
Are you ready for the vote there? No, I'm waiting on you. That's all good. Vote. It's carried. 8.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SMERD variance on page 112. The recommended motion that council approve St. Mary's Irrigation District request for variance to reduce the minimum cover to 2 meters and allow an open cut crossing, including 195-degree angle crossing. SMERD asked for council in previous, about a year ago, I think, for a very similar request, and council granted that.
Michelle? Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 8.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undeveloped road maintenance programs on page 115. The recommended motion that council approve the 9 undeveloped road maintenance requests as shown in table 1 for a cost of $122,200, forming part of these minutes.
Okay. Everybody's jumping out on it. Richard, it was your program.
Sure, I'll go with that. And just to add a little bit of discussion, there was 3 projects that didn't meet the requirements because they already, the land does touch a developed road. I'm just going to run to those numbers here. There was 2 that just needed some graveling in the ruts, and then where's what? 116. Okay.
Don't get too carried away, Paul. Policy was put in for a reason.
Okay, never mind. I'll make the motion as it stands. Hard crowd.
Oh, that's what
Mr.
it's there
Chairman.
for, to follow.
Mr. Chairman, Ken can provide further comment.
Ken?
Yeah, just through the chair, the 9 that met policy, pretty straightforward. Some are, as indicated, some minor work. We've looked at these all closely. Some required a little bit of greater work and some required some scraper work. The 3 that didn't meet policy had a road already adjoining that quarter. Range Road 72 was one where it was along a highway, but this one was one that could be considered because of the farming activity. Then they don't have to go down the highway. They can stay off of the main road there. So in the past, council has, if they met the budget, they considered the ones that didn't meet policy to be approved. So I included that as a option below, an alternate motion. I also identified the ones that didn't get done last year. We tried to get all of them done. There was 2 carryover ones that still need to be done. So including all that work, including the ones brought forward, that is still under our budget number that we budget for the year. So I identified that below. And it allows us to have a little bit of contingency in there. There's 20,000 left over. So.
Richard?
So when I went down that road that everybody jumped up on, it was more the fact that I look at these roads, I look at the access, and I like to keep them in, I like to be on top of them at all times if we can. We do have some money, yeah, we have those rules, but that sometimes makes them stay off the other roads. It's a shorter route probably in some cases. I look at it that if we had to send fire truck down that road, an ambulance, that was the biggest reasons that we developed this policy. Well, plus the fact that so the the landowner could get their crop in and out of that field, but we have some money left over, and we do look at everything individually, so I would be willing to make the amendment on my motion that we do accept those three policies, or sorry, those three applications, 10, 11, and 12, to be included.
We might as well throw the policies out.
No, as well. No, you're wrong.
Yeah, like you just said, you're worried about an ambulance. Well, there's a highway there. Like, you're not using a secondary road. The ambulance is going to use a highway. If there is no access to it at all, that's appropriate. But Dustin?
I can speak to the one just because I'm fairly familiar with it, the map number 10. We did the improvement on it from Township Road 114 up to the first quarter mile line to do access there. The seven persons grazing reserves on one side of that, and then it's two different landowners on the other side. That's that Sunridge Observatory Road that we've looked at several times in the past, and that road's well, I wouldn't even consider it a road if it rains, because it's absolutely impassable because it floods. I think the biggest one that they're looking at there, and I'm not sure which landowner applied for this, but access out to the number 3 highway from that direction is better than going onto the 114 and doing the corner down to the 5 corner and wrecking all the oil with heavy traffic. So for a little bit of cost to take and do that correction on there, I think it'd be well worth it personally. And then it's an actual passable through road, because currently it's not.
This is supposed to be trails, is it not?
Yeah, but a trail can be classified as a passable through road.
It's a trail.
We got to remember what we're doing here, guys. It's gravel and ruts on undeveloped roads. Are we starting to rebuild roads, rebuild these accesses, and that falls under a different program. This here is for graveling existing ruts, so they easier to get through. We're not talking about year-round driving. We're not talking about snow plowing. And that is just an access at times for the landowner.
I guess the biggest thing though there, Shane, is where I was alluding to is in the summer, it's pretty much a non-passable road at any given time. It's not maintained in the wintertime, which is fine. It doesn't need to be. But if we ever get any moisture in this particular situation, just because of the lay of the land there and that big hill coming off the Sunridge Observatory, it takes and it floods out and it's impassable. And even from the irrigation, it makes it impassable. So it's technically an impassable road probably 90% of the year.
That's why it's called a trail. Go ahead, Richard.
An impassable trail 90%.
So being the old guy that brought this forward, this motion many years ago, the history behind that condition is that council was afraid at the time that we'd have a few thousand requests come in on those roads. And so one of the conditions that was put in there was if there is already access to a developed road, we would say, no, we're not gonna do any more work on anything else that would eliminate the request. But I think you're seeing that our ratepayers are very responsible. They're not asking for something that doesn't make sense in most cases. I mean, everybody has different ideas, but I still maintain that if we can fix up a road and make it better and divert some traffic and or just make it better for the traffic that's going in and out, that if there's the funding is there, that we should do it.
Mr. Chairman, would it be helpful to have the names of the applicants?
I don't think
Okay.
so.
Good job.
Is there, my question is, there's 3 here that were turned down because they don't meet policy. Is there more than 3, or in the past years been more than that?
I can't speak for the previous years of me not being here, but maybe Kim can comment on that.
No, through the chair, we were averaging about 3 a year that would be not meeting policy, and then council would deliberate upon those 3 individually. Yep, we have done some in the past.
Blaine?
Well, and I'm looking at that map 11 too, and I mean, it's only 0.4 kilometers to get him to the main road 120, or they gotta go beat up the road all the way down to Seven Persons, basically, which just puts more stress on that whole road, so I'm surprised that that wouldn't be done in the first place.
It's not a road, though. That's where everybody keeps confusing it. These are trails, not.
I get it, but, yeah.
If they were registered road allowances that we were doing, we'd have a grader on it. We wouldn't have this discussion.
All of our trails are registered road allowances. All of them are, they're
The way down here, why
they're ours
graveled all the way
at the end of the day.
Through the chair. Sometimes when they don't meet policy, it might not be the project, it might be who applied, because part of the policy is you have to be contiguous to the land, the applicant. So it could be a little more detail than just what you're looking at as a project. It could be who applied, if the applicant had a different road access. It might not be relating to the neighbor on the other side. And in some cases, we've actually had other people apply just so they get access further down the road and not for that section, but just so they can provide access. So there's a lot of factors that go to approving in, but they look at it how it meets policy.
It's a policy. That's all right. Somebody else? Any other questions?
I have one. We always refer to policy, that it's policy, and we don't change policy. That's all we do is change policy. And we can contradict our policies anytime we want. That's what council does. This has bothered me for a while because we keep talking about this. Our job is to take and review policy and change policy, but we can one-off policy whenever we want. That is within our purview that we can do that. We make policies so that there's something for staff to follow, but it can be brought forward to us at any given moment where we could take and go contravene what policy says, because we see that it's appropriate to do so. And when there's no precedent setting. We look at these every year, and some we go, well, we should probably do that one too, and we could pick and choose anytime we want. Sometimes we might not do them. We've had applications that we turned down before because they were on private property and they got applied for. So there's always things, that every exception to a rule. Like, we make the rules, we can change them anytime we want, and we don't have to change a policy just to make an exception.
Anybody else?
Said my piece.
Right, vote.
With the amendment? Well, what's the?
You got the motion up there with the amendment.
Would you mind reading that out again, please? Because I did attach 10, 11, and 12, I think.
So the recommended motion is that council approve the 9. However, you would like to amend that to include all
The 3 extras.
the 3 extras, so the 12. Okay. And so then it'll be the 12 as amended, and the list forms part of the minutes.
Or wouldn't you just do a motion for those that fit and then another motion for the,
No.
you'd have to make a motion.
Motion's on the floor, so and we want the 9, then you can go back and ask, somebody can make a motion.
So you can just keep on making.
Okay, I'm confused.
So if we accept the 3, then are we over budget?
No, we're under.
We're still under budget.
Okay, everybody's clear what you're voting on?
No, I'm not actually. No, I'm not. Are we voting for all?
You're voting all 12 of them. Any other questions? Vote. I did nothing. Called for the vote.
Looks like he's gonna harvest your soul.
Yeah, today's not the day to be doing that.
I'm too old to worry about that.
Your soul's long gone. course, mine might be there by the time we get a chance to vote.
Oh, harsh, harsh.
Of all the ones for you to register. Michael. That's all right. You got to eat lunch. It's not like I'm hungry or anything. All 12. Vote.
What? There's some no's? I can't believe that.
Oh, it's carried. 8.1 or 8.4, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The estuary project, so those folks presented the project to council earlier today, and the recommended motion that council direct administration to withdraw the request for review of decision from the AUC proceeding 2786-2. The alternative motions are on page 133, and that council directs administration to proceed with the requested review of decision to the AUC, or council directs administration accordingly. So as they had shared, and also it's in the RFD, they request that an update needs to be provided to the AUC by November 3rd. And they had mentioned that as well.
The question is, the staff, are they feel comfortable if we lift this, that they're following the rules?
I do feel comfortable, Mr. Chairman, and we still have to go through the process with Green Cells as well for the Planning Commission. So Planning Commission will have opportunity to attach the appropriate conditions pertaining to the vegetation management plan, decommissioning. So all of that is still yet to come. And they've been very good to deal with now that we've been consulted. That was the biggest, I guess, process for us, is to ensure that we're part of the process. So I think we're comfortable.
Robin?
I have a question just about process, because it's the second solar company that we've had come in, we've had this conversation with, and I think that it's almost like we're getting our feelings hurt because they aren't talking to us first, but the process is to go through AUC and then they still have to come to us anyways. Like, am I wrong that by going through and getting approval through the AUC, that they have to still come to Municipal Planning Commission, they still have to come and provide all these other things? If what we had today is considered consultation, it's cheap consultation. Like, we address, and I'm glad that Shane picked out on the wild oats and stuff like that, but it's to me, the process is that they get the AUC application done, approved, come here, and then we put in all the restrictions, ask all the questions. Would we not have that same opportunity, not necessarily through council, but through our committees, to put the same kind of pressure on them? I just feel like we're changing the process or the procedure so that we feel good about ourselves. And I don't think that that's really fruitful at the end of the day.
So the Alberta Utilities Commissions has certain rules that the developers are obligated to follow. So Rule 7 deals with consultation. So they're obligated under that rule to consult with the municipality that the project is being located within. So our land use bylaw requires for the AUC approval prior to development permit application. So respectively, that consultation process with us first would follow suit, right? Before the application comes. So that's generally at their request. Usually they're wanting to come forward and consult with council so that council is aware of the project, because you ultimately have ratepayers that are asking you those questions, right? So usually it's them approaching us to come present to council and give the information on the project.
Because they've done the ask prior to that. They've contacted staff and said, we'd like to present to council.
And through the chair. And then this one, I know it looks like that we're changing process, but this one, they actually sent us their IT log of the different, of where the message got lost. So they were just following up because that was, they want to show that they were following process, but.
The ball got dropped,
Yeah.
and like they said today, so. But you're good with it, so. Anybody want to make a motion on it? Richard? Any other questions on it? Yeah.
Motion to withdraw.
Withdraw the status. No questions? Vote. It's carried. You're stuck on the no side, Bill?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, move to go in camera. Oh,
I'll move to go and close, but can I say something before we do?
Yep.
I forgot to add something. Oh, I forgot to add something to my counselor report that I wanted to mention.
remember yours.
Do you too? Yes. Okay. Mine is, I forgot to mention that the curling rink in Schuler, the restaurant has been, somebody's volunteered to do it. So the restaurant will be open throughout the curling season. That was all I wanted. Thanks.
Dustin?
And sorry, I forgot to actually mention this in my report, but if we look underneath the Chief Administrative Officer report, I believe it was under, sorry, 1 second.
Even counselor.
It's under even counselors?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to bring attention to a letter I received from Steve Swartz of 7 Persons, and that is pertaining to the to putting lights at the Highway 3 intersection and on to, is that First Avenue or Second Avenue in 7 Persons? I had talked about this at the previous meeting, and just want to highlight that he did submit a letter in that regard as well. And we were talking with Transportation to Edmonton about this, I believe. Correct, Carolyn? Yes.
We have been in talks with him, but has he been informed of that?
Yes.
Okay. And he's informed, he knows that it's Highway 3, it's out of our hands, it's Alberta Transportation.
Yeah, yes, he does. At the end of the day, we could actually provide lighting at our intersections. That would help with it, but I think we should continue the approach we're on.
Okay. Keith?
So if you go to the trouble of putting lights on, how will that, what will be the effect if we twin that going through there then? Is that kind of redundant, or is that going to add, just make it less of a project later on? How's that going to work?
I believe that would be a conversation to have with Transportation.
Yeah. We don't even know where the road's going there yet, so.
And that's the biggest thing. If they do actually end up going around town and not listening to us, that could change drastically anyways. So it's quite up in the air.
We're gonna go in. Thank you, young lady, for coming today. Rate something good about our pothole guy. Yeah, went to the kitchen, got a pot, wrote a sign on a piece of paper with some binder twine. All right, Michelle's moving to go in camera. Vote. Smart ass.
That was the easiest thing in the world to do.
Vote, Dustin? Oh, did you? Sorry, Richard. Okay, so I need 2 motions. That's carried. Motion to bring back rezoning plan for Dunmore Junction. There we go. Robin's made the motion.
Yeah.
Vote.
Good with it.
It's carried. The other motion is Twinning Highway 3, alternate number 3. Keith is making that motion. Vote. It's carried. Great, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
I'm so looking forward to watching the news with your interview.
So am I, actually. What the hell is this gonna look like?
It's already in the Facebook folder for the county.
Is it? Oh, shit. Don't believe me, a bunch of buggers, and this is what's coming to your place.
I apologize for whoever gets the stomach bug after, because there's a couple of us that are.
Better not be me.